Hello there, my old friend. Tonight, our quest takes us through a collection of old fairy tales written down by Hans Christian Andersen. Now, settle in, take a deep breath, and let's travel back to an age of myth and legend. Jack the Dullard. An old story told anew. Far in the interior of the country lay an old baronial hall, and in it lived an old proprietor who had 2 sons, which 2 young men thought themselves too clever by half. They wanted to go out and woo the king's daughter, for the maiden in question had publicly announced that she would choose for her husband that youth who could arrange his words best. So these 2 geniuses prepared themselves a full week for the wooing. This was the longest time that could be granted them, but it was enough, for they had had much preparatory information, and everybody knows how useful that is. One of them knew the whole Latin dictionary by heart, and 3 whole years of the daily paper of the little town into the bargain, and so well indeed that he could repeat it all either backwards or forwards, just as he chose. The other was deeply read in the corporation laws and knew by heart what every corporation ought to know, and accordingly he thought he could talk of affairs of state and put his spoke in the wheel in the council. And he knew one thing more. He could embroider suspenders with roses and other flowers, and with arabesques, for he was a tasty, light-fingered fellow. "I shall win the princess," so cried both of them. Therefore their old papa gave to each of them a handsome horse. The youth, who knew the dictionary and newspaper by heart, had a black horse, and he, who knew all about the corporation laws, received a milk-white steed. Then they rubbed the corners of their mouths with fish oil, so that they might become very smooth and glib. All the servants stood below in the courtyard, and looked on while they mounted their horses, and just by chance the 3rd son came up, for the proprietor had really 3 sons, though nobody counted the 3rd with his brothers, because he was not so learned as they, and indeed he was generally known as Jack the Dullard. "Hallo," said Jack the Dullard, "where are you going? I declare you have put on your Sunday clothes." "We're going to the king's court, as suitors to the king's daughter. Don't you know the announcement that has been made all through the country?" And they told him all about it. "My word, I'll be in it too," cried Jack the Dullard, and his 2 brothers burst out laughing at him and rode away. "Father dear," said Jack, "I must have a horse too. I do feel so desperately inclined to marry. If she accepts me, she accepts me, and if she won't have me, I'll have her, but she shall be mine." "Don't talk nonsense," replied the old gentleman. "You shall have no horse from me. You don't know how to speak. You can't arrange your words. Your brothers are very different fellows from you." "Well," quoth Jack the Dullard, "if I can't have a horse, I'll take the billy goat, who belongs to me, and he can carry me very well." And so said, so done. He mounted the billy goat, pressed his heels into its sides, and galloped down the high street like a hurricane. "Hey, Hoop, that was a ride. Here I come," shouted Jack the Dullard, and he sang till his voice echoed far and wide. But his brothers rode slowly on in advance of him. They spoke not a word, for they were thinking about the fine extempore speeches they would have to bring out, and these had to be cleverly prepared beforehand. "Hallo!" shouted Jack the Dullard. "Here am I. Look what I have found on the high road." And he showed them what it was, and it was a dead crow. "Dullard," exclaimed the brothers, "what are you going to do with that?" "With the crow? Why, I am going to give it to the princess." "Yes, do so," said they, and they laughed and rode on. "Hallo, here I am again. Just see what I have found now. You don't find that on the high road every day." And the brothers turned round to see what he could have found now. "Dullard," they cried, "that is only an old wooden shoe, and the upper part is missing into the bargain. Are you going to give that also to the princess?" "Most certainly I shall," replied Jack the Dullard. And again the brothers laughed and rode on, and thus they got far in advance of him. But, "Hallo, hop rara," and there was Jack the Dullard again. "It is getting better and better," he cried. "Hurrah, it is quite famous." "Why, what have you found this time?" inquired the brothers. "Oh," said Jack the Dullard, "I can hardly tell you." "How glad the princess will be." "Bah," said the brothers, "that is nothing but clay out of the ditch." "Yes, certainly it is," said Jack the Dullard, "and clay of the finest sort. See, it is so wet, it runs through one's fingers." And he filled his pocket with the clay. But his brothers galloped on till the sparks flew, and consequently they arrived a full hour earlier at the town gate than could Jack. Now at the gate each suitor was provided with a number, and all were placed in rows immediately on their arrival, 6 in each row, and so closely packed together that they could not move their arms. And that was a prudent arrangement, for they would certainly have come to blows, had they been able, merely because one of them stood before the other. All the inhabitants of the country round about stood in great crowds around the castle, almost under the very windows, to see the princess receive the suitors. And as each stepped into the hall, his power of speech seemed to desert him, like the light of a candle that is blown out. Then the princess would say, "He is of no use. Away with him out of the hall." At last the turn came for that brother who knew the dictionary by heart, but he did not know it now. He had absolutely forgotten it altogether, and the boards seemed to re-echo with his footsteps, and the ceiling of the hall was made of looking-glass, so that he saw himself standing on his head. And at the window stood 3 clerks and a head clerk, and every one of them was writing down every single word that was uttered, so that it might be printed in the newspapers and sold for a penny at the street corners. It was a terrible ordeal, and they had, moreover, made such a fire in the stove that the room seemed quite red hot. "It is dreadfully hot here," observed the first brother. "Yes," replied the princess, "my father is going to roast young pullets today." Bah! There he stood like a bar lamb. He had not been prepared for a speech of this kind, and had not a word to say, though he intended to say something witty. "Bah! He is of no use," said the princess. "Away with him." And he was obliged to go accordingly. And now the second brother came in. "It is terribly warm here," he observed. "Yes, "We're roasting pullets today," replied the princess. What were you pleased to stammered he, and all the clerks wrote down, "Pleased to "He is of no use," said the princess. "Away with him." Now came the turn of Jack the Dullard. He rode into the hall on his goat. "Well, it's most abominably hot here." "Yes, because I'm roasting young pullets," replied the princess. "Ah, that's lucky," exclaimed Jack the Dullard, "for I suppose you'll let me roast my crow at the same time." "With the greatest pleasure," said the princess. "But have you anything you can roast it in? For I have neither pot nor pan." "Certainly I have," said Jack. "Here's a cooking utensil with a tin handle." And he brought out the old wooden shoe and put the crow into it. "Well, that is a famous dish," said the princess. "But what shall we do for sauce?" "Oh, I have that in my pocket," said Jack. "I have so much of it that I can afford to throw some away." And he poured some of the clay out of his pocket. "I like that," said the princess. "You can give an answer, and you have something to say for yourself, and so you shall be my husband. But are you aware that every word we speak is being taken down, and will be published in the paper tomorrow? Look yonder, and you will see in every window 3 clerks and a head clerk, and the old head clerk is the worst of all, for he can't understand anything." But she only said this to frighten Jack the Dullard, and the clerks gave a great crow of delight, and each one spurted a blot out of his pen onto the floor. "Oh, those are the gentlemen, are they?" said Jack. "Then I will give the best I have to the head clerk." And he turned out his pockets and flung the wet clay full in the head clerk's face. "That was very cleverly done," observed the princess. "I could not have done that, but I shall learn in time." And accordingly Jack the Dullard was made a king, and received a crown and a wife, and sat upon a throne. And this report we have wet from the press of the head clerk and the corporation of printers, but they are not to be depended upon in the least. The Dumb Book. In the high road which led through a wood stood a solitary farmhouse. The road, in fact, ran right through its yard. The sun was shining and all the windows were open. Within the house people were very busy. In the yard, in an arbour formed by lilac bushes in full bloom, stood an open coffin. Thither they had carried a dead man, who was to be buried that very afternoon. Nobody shed a tear over him. His face was covered over with a white cloth. Under his head they had placed a large thick book, the leaves of which consisted of folded sheets of blotting paper, and withered flowers lay between them. It was the herbarium which he had gathered in various places, and was to be buried with him, according to his own wish. Every one of the flowers in it was connected with some chapter of his life. "Who is the dead man?" we asked. "The old student," was the reply. "They say that he was once an energetic young man, that he studied the dead languages, and sang and even composed many songs. Then something had happened to him, and in consequence of this, he gave himself up to drink, body and mind. When at last he had ruined his health, they brought him into the country, where someone paid for his board and residence. He was gentle as a child, as long as the sullen mood did not come over him. But when it came, he was fierce, became as strong as a giant, and ran about in the wood like a chased deer. But when we succeeded in bringing him home, and prevailed upon him to open the book with the dried up plants in it, he would sometimes sit for a whole day looking at this or that plant, while frequently the tears rolled over his cheeks. God knows what was in his mind, but he requested us to put the book into his coffin, and now he lies there. In a little while the lid will be placed upon the coffin, and he will have sweet rest in the grave. The cloth which covered his face was lifted up. The dead man's face expressed peace. A sunbeam fell upon it. A swallow flew with the swiftness of an arrow into the arbour, turning in its flight, and twittered over the dead man's head. What a strange feeling it is, surely we all know it, to look through old letters of our young days. A different life rises up out of the past, as it were, with all its hopes and sorrows. How many of the people with whom in those days we used to be on intimate terms appear to us as if dead, and yet they are still alive. Only we have not thought of them for such a long time, whom we imagined we should retain in our memories forever, and share every joy and sorrow with them. The withered oak leaf in the book here recalled the friend, the schoolfellow, who was to be his friend for life. He fixed the leaf to the student's cap in the green wood, when they vowed eternal friendship. Where does he dwell now? The leaf is kept, but the friendship does no longer exist. Here is a foreign hothouse plant, too tender for the gardens of the north. It is almost as if its leaves still smelled sweet. She gave it to him out of her own garden, a nobleman's daughter. Here is a water lily that he had plucked himself, and watered with salt tears, a lily of sweet water. And here is a nettle. What may its leaves tell us? What might he have thought when he plucked and kept it? Here is a little snowdrop out of the solitary wood. Here is an evergreen from the flower pot at the tavern. And here is a simple blade of grass. The lilac bends its fresh, fragrant flowers over the dead man's head. The swallow passes again. Twit, twit. Now the men come with hammer and nails. The lid is placed over the dead man, while his head rests on the dumb book, so long cherished, now closed forever. The Elf of the Rose. In the midst of a garden grew a rose tree in full blossom, and in the prettiest of all the roses lived an elf. He was such a little wee thing that no human eye could see him. Behind each leaf of the rose he had a sleeping chamber. He was as well formed and as beautiful as a little child could be, and had wings that reached from his shoulders to his feet. Oh, what sweet fragrance there was in his chambers, and how clean and beautiful were the walls, for they were the blushing leaves of the rose. During the whole day he enjoyed himself in the warm sunshine, flew from flower to flower, and danced on the wings of the flying butterflies. Then he took it into his head to measure how many steps he would have to go through the roads and crossroads that are on the leaf of a linden tree. What we call the veins on a leaf, he took for roads. Aye, and very long roads they were for him. For before he had half finished his task, the sun went down. He had commenced his work too late. It became very cold, the dew fell, and the wind blew. So he thought the best thing he could do would be to return home. He hurried himself as much as he could, but he found the roses all closed up, and he could not get in. Not a single rose stood open. The poor little elf was very much frightened. He had never before been out at night, but had always slumbered secretly behind the warm rose leaves. Oh, this would certainly be his death. At the other end of the garden, he knew there was an arbour, overgrown with beautiful honeysuckles. The blossoms looked like large painted horns, and he thought to himself he would go and sleep in one of these till the morning. He flew thither, but hush! 2 people were in the arbour, a handsome young man and a beautiful lady. They sat side by side and wished that they might never be obliged to part. They loved each other much more than the best child can love its father and mother. "But we must part," said the young man. "Your brother does not like our engagement, and therefore he sends me so far away on business, over mountains and seas. Farewell, my sweet bride, for so you are to me." And then they kissed each other, and the girl wept and gave him a rose. But before she did so, she pressed a kiss upon it so fervently that the flower opened. Then the little elf flew in and leaned his head on the delicate, fragrant walls. Here he could plainly hear them say, "Farewell, farewell," and he felt that the rose had been placed on the young man's breast. Oh, how his heart did beat! The little elf could not go to sleep. It thumped so loudly. The young man took it out as he walked through the dark wood alone, and kissed the flower so often and so violently that the little elf was almost crushed. He could feel through the leaf how hot the lips of the young man were, and the rose had opened as if from the heat of the noonday sun. There came another man who looked gloomy and wicked. He was the wicked brother of the beautiful maiden. He drew out a sharp knife, and while the other was kissing the rose, the wicked man stabbed him to death. Then he cut off his head and buried it with the body in the soft earth under the linden tree. Now he is gone, and will soon be forgotten, thought the wicked brother. He will never come back again. He was going on a long journey over mountains and seas. It is easy for a man to lose his life in such a journey. My sister will suppose he is dead, for he cannot come back, and she will not dare to question me about him. Then he scattered the dry leaves over the light earth with his foot, and went home through the darkness. But he went not alone, as he thought. The little elf accompanied him. He sat in a dry, rolled-up linden leaf, which had fallen from the tree onto the wicked man's head as he was digging the grave. The hat was on the head now, which made it very dark, and the little elf shuddered with fright and indignation at the wicked deed. It was the dawn of morning before the wicked man reached home. He took off his hat and went into his sister's room. There lay the beautiful blooming girl, dreaming of him whom she loved so, and who was now, she supposed, travelling far away over mountain and sea. Her wicked brother stopped over her and laughed hideously, as fiends only can laugh. The dry leaf fell out of his hair upon the counterpane, but he did not notice it, and went to get a little sleep during the early morning hours. But the elf slipped out of the withered leaf, placed himself by the ear of the sleeping girl, and told her, as in a dream, of the horrid murder, described the place where her brother had slain her lover and buried his body, and told her of the linden tree in full blossom that stood close by. "That you may not think this is only a dream that I have told you," he said, "you will find on your bed a withered leaf." Then she awoke and found it there. Oh, what bitter tears she shed, and she could not open her heart to anyone for relief. The window stood open the whole day, and the little elf could easily have reached the roses or any of the flowers, but he could not find it in his heart to leave one so afflicted. In the window stood a bush bearing monthly roses. He seated himself in one of the flowers and gazed on the poor girl. Her brother often came into the room and would be quite cheerful in spite of his base conduct, so she dare not say a word to him of her heart's grief. As soon as night came on, she slipped out of the house and went into the wood, to the spot where the linden tree stood, and after removing the leaves from the earth, she turned it up, and there found him who had been murdered. Oh, how she wept and prayed that she also might die. Gladly would she have taken the body home with her, but that was impossible. So she took up the poor head with the closed eyes, kissed the cold lips, and shook the mould out of the beautiful hair. "I will keep this," said she. And as soon as she had covered the body again with the earth and leaves, she took the head and a little sprig of jasmine that bloomed in the wood, near the spot where he was buried, and carried them home with her. As soon as she was in her room, she took the largest flower pot she could find, and in this she placed the head of the dead man, covered it up with earth, and planted the twig of jasmine in it. "Farewell, farewell," whispered the little elf. He could not any longer endure to witness all this agony of grief. He therefore flew away to his own rose in the garden. But the rose was faded. Only a few dry leaves still clung to the green hedge behind it. Alas, how soon all that is good and beautiful passes away, sighed the elf. After a while, he found another rose, which became his home, for among its delicate, fragrant leaves, he could dwell in safety. Every morning he flew to the window of the poor girl, and always found her weeping by the flower pot. The bitter tears fell upon the jasmine twig, and each day, as she became paler and paler, the sprig appeared to grow greener and fresher. One shoot after another sprouted forth, and little white buds blossomed, which the poor girl fondly kissed. But her wicked brother scolded her, and asked her if she was going mad. He could not imagine why she was weeping over that flower pot, and it annoyed him. He did not know whose closed eyes were there, nor what red lips were fading beneath the earth. And one day she sat and leaned her head against the flower pot, and the little elf of the rose found her asleep. Then he seated himself by her ear, talked to her of that evening in the arbour, of the sweet perfume of the rose, and the loves of the elves. Sweetly she dreamed, and while she dreamt, her life passed away calmly and gently, and her spirit was with him whom she loved in heaven. And the jasmine opened its large white bells and spread forth its sweet fragrance. It had no other way of showing its grief for the dead. But the wicked brother considered the beautiful blooming plant as his own property, left to him by his sister, and he placed it in his sleeping room, close by his bed, for it was very lovely in appearance, and the fragrance sweet and delightful. The little elf of the rose followed it, and flew from flower to flower, telling each little spirit that dwelt in them the story of the murdered young man, whose head now formed part of the earth beneath them, and of the wicked brother and the poor sister. We know it, said each little spirit in the flowers. "We know it, for have we not sprung from the eyes and lips of the murdered one? We know it, we know it." And the flowers nodded with their heads in a peculiar manner. The elf of the rose could not understand how they could rest so quietly in the matter, so he flew to the bees who were gathering honey and told them of the wicked brother. And the bees told it to their queen, who commanded that the next morning they should go and kill the murderer. But during the night, the first after the sister's death, while the brother was sleeping in his bed, close to where he had placed the fragrant jasmine, every flower cup opened, and invisibly the little spirits stole out, armed with poisonous spears. They placed themselves by the ear of the sleeper, told him dreadful dreams, and then flew across his lips and pricked his tongue with their poisoned spears. "Now have we revenged the dead," said they, and flew back into the white bells of the jasmine flowers. When the morning came, and as soon as the window was opened, the rose elf, with the queen bee and the whole swarm of bees, rushed in to kill him. But he was already dead. People were standing round the bed and saying that the scent of the jasmine had killed him. Then the elf of the rose understood the revenge of the flowers and explained it to the queen bee, and she, with the whole swarm, buzzed about the flower pot. The bees could not be driven away. Then a man took it up to remove it, and one of the bees stung him in the hand, so that he let the flower pot fall, and it was broken to pieces. Then everyone saw the whitened skull, and they knew the dead man in the bed was a murderer. And the queen bee hummed in the air and sang of the revenge of the flowers and of the elf of the rose, and said that behind the smallest leaf dwells one who can discover evil deeds and punish them also. The Elfin Hill. A few large lizards were running nimbly about in the clefts of an old tree. They could understand one another very well, for they spoke the lizard language. "What a buzzing and a rumbling there is in the Elfin Hill," said one of the lizards. "I have not been able to close my eyes for 2 nights on account of the noise. I might just as well have had the toothache, for that always keeps me awake." "There is something going on within there," said the other lizard. "They propped up the top of the hill with 4 red posts till cockcrow this morning, so that it is thoroughly aired, and the elfin girls have learnt new dances. There is something. I spoke about it to an earthworm of my acquaintance," said a third lizard. The earthworm had just come from the Elfin Hill, where he has been groping about in the earth day and night. He has heard a great deal, although he cannot see, poor miserable creature, yet he understands very well how to wriggle and lurk about. They expect friends in the Elfin Hill, grand company too, but who they are the earthworm would not say, or perhaps he really did not know. All the will-o'-the-wisps are ordered to be there to hold a torch dance, as it is called. The silver and gold which is plentiful in the hill will be polished and placed out in the moonlight. "Who can the strangers be?" asked the lizards. "What can the matter be? Hark, what a buzzing and humming there is." Just at this moment the Elfin Hill opened, and an old elfin maiden, hollow behind, came tripping out. She was the old elf king's housekeeper and a distant relative of the family. Therefore she wore an amber heart on the middle of her forehead. Her feet moved very fast. Trip, trip. Good gracious, how she could trip right down to the sea, to the night raven. "You are invited to the Elf Hill for this evening," said she. "But will you do me a great favour and undertake the invitations? You ought to do something, for you have no housekeeping to attend to as I have. We are going to have some very grand people, conjurers, who have always something to say, and therefore the old elf king wishes to make a great display." "Who is to be invited?" asked the raven. "All the world may come to the great ball, even human beings, if they can only talk in their sleep, or do something after our fashion. But for the feast, the company must be carefully selected. We can only admit persons of high rank. I have had a dispute myself with the Elf King, as he thought we could not admit ghosts. The merman and his daughter must be invited first, although it may not be agreeable to them to remain so long on dry land. But they shall have a wet stone to sit on, or perhaps something better. So I think they will not refuse this time. We must have all the old demons of the first class, with tails, and the hobgoblins and imps. And then I think we ought not to leave out the death horse, or the grave pig, or even the church dwarf, although they do belong to the clergy, and are not reckoned among our people. But that is merely their office. They are nearly related to us, and visit us very frequently." "Croak," said the night raven, as he flew away with the invitations. "The elfin maidens were already dancing on the Elf Hill, and they danced in shawls woven from moonshine and mist, which look very pretty to those who like such things. The large hall within the Elf Hill was splendidly decorated. The floor had been washed with moonshine, and the walls had been rubbed with magic ointment, so that they glowed like tulip leaves in the light. In the kitchen were frogs roasting on the spit, and dishes preparing of snail skins, with children's fingers in them, salad of mushroom seed, hemlock, noses and marrow of mice, beer from the marshwoman's brewery, and sparkling saltpeter wine from the grave cellars. These were all substantial food. Rusty nails and church window glass formed the dessert. The old elf king had his gold crown polished up with powdered slate pencil. It was like that used by the first form, and very difficult for an elf king to obtain. In the bedrooms, curtains were hung up and fastened with the slime of snails. There was, indeed, a buzzing and humming everywhere. "Now we must fumigate the place with burnt horsehair and pig's bristles, and then I think I shall have done my part," said the elf manservant. "Father dear," said the youngest daughter, "may I now hear who our high-born visitors are?" "Well, I suppose I must tell you now," he replied. "Two of my daughters must prepare themselves to be married, for the marriages certainly will take place. The old goblin from Norway, who lives in the ancient Dovre Mountains, and who possesses many castles built of rock and freestone, besides a gold mine, which is better than all, so it is thought, is coming with his 2 sons, who are both seeking a wife. The old goblin is a true-hearted, honest, old Norwegian greybeard, cheerful and straightforward. I knew him formerly, when we used to drink together to our good fellowship. He came here once to fetch his wife. She is dead now. She was the daughter of the king of the chalk hills at Moen. They say he took his wife from chalk. I shall be delighted to see him again. It is said that the boys are ill-bred, forward lads, but perhaps that is not quite correct, and they will become better as they grow older. Let me see that you know how to teach them good manners." "And when are they coming?" asked the daughter. "That depends upon wind and weather," said the Elf King. "They travel economically. They will come when there is the chance of a ship. I wanted them to come over to Sweden, but the old man was not inclined to take my advice. He does not go forward with the times, and that I do not like." 2 will-o'-the-wisps came jumping in, one quicker than the other, so of course one arrived first. "They are coming, they are coming," he cried. "Give me my crown," said the Elf King, "and let me stand in the moonshine." The daughters drew on their shawls and bowed down to the ground. There stood the old goblin from the Dovre Mountains, with his crown of hardened ice and polished fir cones. Besides this, he wore a bearskin and great, warm boots, while his sons went with their throats bare and wore no braces, for they were strong men. "Is that a hill?" said the youngest of the boys, pointing to the Elf Hill. "We should call it a hole in Norway." "Boys," said the old man, "a hole goes in, and a hill stands out. Have you no eyes in your heads?" Another thing they wondered at was that they were able, without trouble, to understand the language. "Take care," said the old man, "or people will think you have not been well brought up." Then they entered the Elfin Hill, where the select and grand company were assembled, and so quickly had they appeared that they seemed to have been blown together. But for each guest the neatest and pleasantest arrangement had been made. The sea folk sat at table in great water tubs, and they said it was just like being at home. All behaved themselves properly, excepting the 2 young northern goblins. They put their legs on the table and thought they were all right. "Feet off the tablecloth," said the old goblin. They obeyed, but not immediately. Then they tickled the ladies who waited at table with the fir cones, which they carried in their pockets. They took off their boots, that they might be more at ease, and gave them to the ladies to hold. But their father, the old goblin, was very different. He talked pleasantly about the stately Norwegian rocks, and told fine tales of the waterfalls which dashed over them with a clattering noise like thunder or the sound of an organ, spreading their white foam on every side. He told of the salmon that leaps in the rushing waters, while the water god plays on his golden harp. He spoke of the bright winter nights when the sledge bells are ringing, and the boys run with burning torches across the smooth ice, which is so transparent that they can see the fishes dart forward beneath their feet. He described everything so clearly that those who listened could see it all. They could see the sawmills going, the men servants and the maidens singing songs and dancing a rattling dance, when all at once the old goblin gave the old elfin maiden a kiss. Such a tremendous kiss, and yet they were almost strangers to each other. Then the elfin girls had to dance, first in the usual way, and then with stamping feet, which they performed very well. Then followed the artistic and solo dance. Dear me, how they did throw their legs about! No one could tell where the dance begun or where it ended, nor indeed which were legs and which were arms, for they were all flying about together, like the shavings in a saw pit. And then they spun round so quickly that the death horse and the grave pig became sick and giddy, and were obliged to leave the table. "Stop!" cried the old goblin. "Is that the only housekeeping they can perform? Can they do anything more than dance and throw about their legs and make a whirlwind? You shall soon see what they can do, said the Elf King. And then he called his youngest daughter to him. She was slender and fair as moonlight, and the most graceful of all the sisters. She took a white chip in her mouth and vanished instantly. This was her accomplishment. But the old goblin said he should not like his wife to have such an accomplishment, and thought his boys would have the same objection. Another daughter could make a figure like herself follow her, as if she had a shadow, which none of the goblin folk ever had. The third was of quite a different sort. She had learnt in the brew house of the Moor Witch how to lard elfin puddings with glowworms. She will make a good housewife, said the old goblin, and then saluted her with his eyes instead of drinking her health, for he did not drink much. Now came the fourth daughter, with a large harp to play upon, and when she struck the first chord, everyone lifted up the left leg, for the goblins are left-legged, and at the second chord they found they must all do just what she wanted. That is a dangerous woman, said the old goblin, and the two sons walked out of the hill. They had had enough of it. And what can the next daughter do? Asked the old goblin. I have learnt everything that is Norwegian, said she, and I will never marry unless I can go to Norway. Then her youngest sister whispered to the old goblin, that is only because she has heard, in a Norwegian song, that when the world shall decay, the cliffs of Norway will remain standing like monuments, and she wants to get there, that she may be safe, for she is so afraid of sinking. Ho, ho, said the old goblin. Is that what she means? Well, what can the seventh and last do? The sixth comes before the seventh, said the Elf King, for he could reckon, but the sixth would not come forward. I can only tell people the truth, said she. No one cares for me, nor troubles himself about me, and I have enough to do to sew my grave clothes. So the seventh and last came, and what could she do? Why, she could tell stories, as many as you liked, on any subject. Here are my 5 fingers, said the old goblin. Now tell me a story for each of them. So she took him by the wrist, and he laughed till he nearly choked. And when she came to the 4th finger, there was a gold ring on it, as if it knew there was to be a betrothal. Then the old goblin said, Hold fast what you have. This hand is yours, for I will have you for a wife myself. Then the elfin girl said that the stories about the ring finger and little Peter Playman had not yet been told. We will hear them in the winter, said the old goblin, and also about the fir and the birch trees, and the ghost stories, and of the tingling frost. You shall tell your tales, for no one over there can do it so well. And we will sit in the stone rooms, where the pine logs are burning, and drink mead out of the golden drinking horn of the old Norwegian kings. The water god has given me 2, and when we sit there, Nix comes to pay us a visit, and will sing you all the songs of the mountain shepherdesses. How merry we shall be! The salmon will be leaping in the waterfalls and dashing against the stone walls, but he will not be able to come in. It is indeed very pleasant to live in old Norway. But where are the lads? Where indeed were they? Why, running about the fields and blowing out the will-o'-the-wisp, who so good-naturedly came and brought their torches. "What tricks have you been playing?" said the old goblin. "I have taken a mother for you, and now you may take one of your aunts." But the youngsters said they would rather make a speech and drink to their good fellowship. They had no wish to marry. Then they made speeches and drank toasts and tipped their glasses to show that they were empty. Then they took off their coats and lay down on the table to sleep, for they made themselves quite at home. But the old goblin danced about the room with his young bride, and exchanged boots with her, which is more fashionable than exchanging rings. "The cock is crowing," said the old elfin maiden who acted as housekeeper. "Now we must close the shutters, that the sun may not scorch us." Then the hill closed up, but the lizards continued to run up and down the riven tree, and one said to the other, "Oh, how much I was pleased with the old goblin." "The boys please me better," said the earthworm. But then the poor miserable creature could not see. And so, our quest through these timeless tales comes to an end. With the story's final words, you have completed this sleepy quest. May your dreams be filled with magic until the next adventure begins. Rest well, traveller.